Good evening, aviators. Finally. Man, I've been waiting to get my hands on this Pilatus PC24 for quite a while now. I've been playing around with PC12. I mean, I spend a lot of time with PC12. I like Pilatus. I already tested PC12. I was really impressed with PC12 and just how good the PC12 is, considering. And it's, of course, a little bit older than this one. But now we're stepping into a more advanced, versatile PC24. This is on PlayStation 5. Unfortunately, you have to pay for this. It doesn't come cheap. It doesn't come free included. Nope. It's $20, and it's like in Canada and other places. But some people say, well, it's not too expensive considering, how much other planes are. True, granted. But still, it's $20, right? Well, anyway, we'll give it a try. We'll fly all the way from Miami International to let me see, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minneapolis. That's right. That's where we go, I believe. Yeah, Minneapolis, St. Paul International, Minneapolis. So from Miami International all the way to Minneapolis, St. Paul International. Okay, well, first thing first, let me remove all of this stuff, all of these stickers. Remove everything. Look at this beauty. What a beautiful plane. I've done so much research on this plane. Like, it really shouldn't be a problem for me to start up this plane and to fly it. I mean, plane. Look at the detail on the LED, man. Look at that. Look at the attention to detail. Now, Coronado worked on this one, but I'm sure Coronado had, everything they needed, all the blueprints from Pilatus. I'm pretty sure Pilatus worked really closely. Pilatus company in Switzerland, I'm sure they worked very closely with Coronado, and they gave them all the blueprints, everything, the measurements, all that jazz to get it accurately portrayed. And they did. I mean, there's no question. I mean, they really did. I've done a lot of research on this plane. I've looked at documentaries, videos, I mean, you name it. I actually went directly to the Pilatus website, and yeah, man, they got it right. They got it all right here, man. There's no question about it. Even the silver metal, that shiny, glossy silver metal, they got that detail right as well. So yeah, they got everything correctly. Trust me. I looked at the details from the real plane, on the YouTube videos and this. They got it right. There's all LED lights. Everything's LED, which is the most brightest lights are LED. Okay, I just want to make sure everything's... all the covers are taken off, just to make sure. Good. All right. Well, let's go inside, huh? Shall we? Now, what's so unique about these? Let's take a photo of this, man. This looks great. What's so unique about these jet engines? They are designed. They're very high up, and the way they're designed in a way so that way when you land on a surface that has a lot of sand and stones and dust, right? So all that sand and dust and like a very rugged terrain, like with mud and sand and stone, little stones and all that. So it doesn't go up inside the jet, so it's protected. And this thing can go up to 440. I think they said 440 knots speed, and it can climb up to 45,000 feet. Yeah, you heard me right. Like you're out there with Boeing 747, you're out there with Boeing 777, you know, you're out there with the commercial airliners. You can go up to 45,000 feet, and like I said, it's a 440 knots speed. So it's a very powerful private jet. But what's also versatile about this jet is it can also be a cargo jet. It could be a rescue jet. It could be used for rescuing, you know, somebody who needs medical attention, needs to be airlifted to the emergency as quick as possible. And this is the cargo area. You can only open this cargo door from the inside, not from the outside. Okay. And well, once we go inside the plane, I'll show you. You can rearrange the seats. You can actually pull out the seats. You can pull out the carpet and just use it as a cargo. You can put your motorcycles, your bikes, your surfing gear, whatever you have to. You can put a lot of stuff in this plane. How much is this plane? 11 million, I think, from what I heard. It's 11 million. I could be wrong, but you guys can correct me on that. You can Google search and correct me on that. I think it's around like 11 million. It's around there somewhere. Again, this company, Pilatus, is based in Switzerland. That's where it's originally designed. And, of course, they are the creators of the PC-12. And, of course, their most advanced, it's PC-24. However, they do have a PC-12 Pro, which is a more professional version of their, oldest PC-12. It's like an upgraded version of PC-12. But this is their most versatile, most advanced private jet. Like, that's it. Doesn't get any better than this. Let's take one more photo, and then we'll go inside. By the way, hold on. Did you notice just like how high up the wings are in the back? Look at that. Look how high up they are. And it's very spacey. You know, this Pilatus PC-24 has a lot of space. Let's go inside. As you can see, everything, it's modernized, good looking, nicely detailed. And we got our Honeywell Primus operating system with 1, 2, 3, 4 monitors, and of course we got a little monitor down here. This is for, I believe, for like ATC radio and stuff like that, I think. like flight details, like typing in the flight details, I believe that's what this is. What you type in it's all touch screen here. I think it's, you use a touch screen, and unlike those other airplanes where you have to press the keyboard here, you just press the touch screen to put in your flight details, your flight plan. Now, before we go to the cockpit, I'm already familiar with this, and look how good this. It's almost like something you see out of Tesla. It's very futuristic. It really looks like modernized. This is a very modernized plane. But let me show you the back, like just how spacey the back is. Look at the space in the back, bro. Look at this. There's PC-24. The crystal glass, you can actually close this door if you want. You got a sink over here to wash your hand. Nice. I think you got a refrigerator here too. I believe this is the refrigerator right here. You can open the fridge. You got a cooler, everything in there. Now, you see these carpets? These carpets can be removed in real life. Just to let you know. Look how spacey the seats are. These carpets can be removed. Every single one of these carpets and the seats can be removed. They can be rearranged, positioned any which way you want. You can remove these seats and you can just turn into a cargo and just put, cargo, whatever you want to put on here, motorcycles, bicycles, what have you, right? Surfing gear, snowboarding gear, whatever. So you got a lot of space here. Not only do you have a lot of space to carry passengers, but you can also carry a lot of cargo. So, this is definitely a plane that, I'll consider this. It is a VIP, like a VIP class. You can close this if you want to, for a little privacy. It's just so beautiful. Imagine how beautiful this is going to look in PlayStation VR 2. I really, honestly can't wait for PlayStation VR 2, because this is where, a lot of people say to me, but what's the big deal with the PlayStation version? Like, why are you, talking about the PlayStation? Well, couple of reasons, and I already have addressed this. One, I never had any issues with the PlayStation 5 version, and now I've been playing it for how many days? 15 days. It's all documented. It's all live streamed. Videos are made. It's all there for you to see. So it's been, 15 days, and within 15 days, which is about 2 weeks, I haven't had one single issue, one single problem with PlayStation 5 version. That's a testament just how well optimized, how well calibrated this version of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is. Now, I know by now Xbox Series X and PC versions are well optimized as well, but the PlayStation, for the very first time, not only do they get, for the very first time, a Microsoft Flight Simulator, for the very first time. This is like the very first time that Sony PlayStation fans actually have a flight simulator, a professional flight simulator. But on top of that, they also are getting the best, most calibrated version of this game. So that's number one reason. And the second reason is, of course, the PlayStation VR 2. For those of you who have used the PlayStation VR 2, I don't need to tell you. I don't need to waste your time, blah, blah, blah here. You know how good it is, For those of you who never tried it, well, prepare yourself. Strap on a seatbelt, because it's going to be quite a ride. You're going to be amazed. It's really going to be an experience for you with the PlayStation VR 2, So there's, like I said, there's two things that makes PlayStation version very unique. All right. And those are the two reasons that I just mentioned. It's very calibrated, optimized, smooth ride version of the game. And it's the very first time that PlayStation fans actually have any flight simulator. And they're getting the best simulator game on the planet with the best calibrated, most well-oiled version of the game. And on top of that, they're getting the icing on the cake, which is PlayStation VR 2. So that's two reasons why I choose PlayStation. And then if I want to throw some little extra bonus, I could say, well, I'm also using, PlayStation Portal to play it on, right? So those are the reasons why PlayStation version to me is honestly like no-brainer. And you will see this once PlayStation VR 2 comes out. Mark my words. Right now, people are just blah, 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 whatever, shaking their head, laughing. But they won't be laughing when the PlayStation VR 2 version comes out. They're not going to be laughing. They're going to say, oh, shit, man, this is really good. Oh, my God, this is amazing. Everybody will be, ooh, wow, wow, Everyone's going to be, yeah, well, I told you so. Come spring, April, when they release it in April, you're going to say, ooh, wow, wow. And I've been telling you this since December, January now. And then everybody's going to say, ooh, wow, wow. Yeah. Where were you to listen to me when I told you how good this is going to be? So anyway, I'm just saying this for the future reference. So when you look back at this video, when you look back at this live stream, you can say, hey, Mr. 4K, he told me so. And I did told you so. What's up, Shuki? How you doing? That's the introduction. I have to acknowledge the obvious facts about the PlayStation version. And the funny thing is, I had a dream about the PlayStation version that it's going to look this great, that it's going to run this great, and it's going to be on a PlayStation VR 2. And the dream was with the PlayStation VR 2, and I was amazed how beautiful the quality and colors and everything was. I felt like I was really inside a cockpit with a spatial 3D audio and a haptic feedback. I can hear the vibration. It was just an amazing experience. Like I can feel the turbulence on a haptic feedback. It was just ridiculous. Why are you doing okay? Is everything all right? And of course, look how beautiful this table is, man. We can close the curtains if we want to, have a little privacy. Look at that. Beautiful. Let me open the curtain here. Why did I? We'll put the passengers here later. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, what's the point of talking about it? It's not going to do you any good talking about it. Enjoy the show, man. I had these conversations with people. It's like, man, what are we going to do? Talk about the same old depressing shit? No. Let's focus on this, man. Let's enjoy this plane. Let's have some fun, Because if you talk about depressing shit, it's really not going to do you any good, what's the point, right? I ain't got time for that shit, man. Because I got to fly this. I ain't got time to be depressed, man. Fuck that. I only got time to live and have and enjoy my life the best I can. That's it, man. I had a migraine, but this airplane already treated my migraine. You see, I already made you laugh. You're already laughing my ass off. You see? This airplane already made my migraine and fever and everything go away. It's like it just cured it, like just like that. Just like that. It just cured it immediately. Oh, by the way, did you finish the Frankenstein? Let me guess, you didn't. I finished the Frankenstein finally. All right, so look at this detail, man. This is amazing. All right, so let's check out the back a little bit more before we actually do anything else. Let's turn on this is where you can turn on the lights. The lights, you can turn on the lights. We'll have to turn on the lights. Let's keep the lights on just to make sure that they're on. It's getting dark pretty soon, man. And I want to make sure the lights are on. I want to make sure everything's ready. We're going to do a cold and dark. Yes, sir. We're going to do a cold and dark. Oh, yeah, I forgot to show you. You can only open the cargo door from the inside. Okay? That's it. It's the only way. The cargo door can only be opened from the inside. Okay? But since we don't have any cargo here, we don't have to worry about it. But this is where you store your cargo. Right here. This is a VIP class. Okay? VIP. I mean, it even says right here. Hold on. It even says right here. It tells you right here. Duh. Pull to open. Push flap to open. Pull handle and pull out door out. But this is only reserved for when you're doing a cargo. So there's different variations. This is a VIP. So VIP, we're not carrying any cargo. But there's also VIP and cargo. So we're not doing VIP and cargo. We're just doing VIP. So duh. Do not open door when left engine is running. Well, no, no shit. Of course, you get sucked into this engine, you're goodbye. So you don't want to do that. You just get sucked right in, man. You get sucked right into those blades, and you're done. You're history. Of course, you never do that. Never do that. This thing is pretty powerful. It's 440 knots. Think about it. You can go up to 45,000 feet altitude, 440 knots. You can go and land on any type of terrain. Doesn't matter if it's mud, stones, sand. It doesn't matter. This thing will stop on anything. And it can stop within speed of it can drop down from 150 knots to 40 knots really fast, and you can stop really quick, really fast. It's like an emergency landing. So this thing can stop within seconds. So let's say you're going 150 knots, and as you're coming down, catching up that speed, you can bring it down from 150 to 40 knots within seconds. Now you're gonna feel a little bit of that, movement when you're sitting, that little bit of that feeling in your stomach. But you're gonna stop. It's a very versatile plane. This is no joke, man. Everything's LED. Look at the detail on the LED. Look at this. Look at the detail on the LED, man. This is crazy, dude. Anyway, let's go inside. Let's turn it on. Before it gets dark. All right. Before it gets dark, let's go and do that, because it's about to get dark, and All right, let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm ready. Okay, so first thing first. The batteries. All right, the battery switch. Where is the battery? Okay, this is a brand new plane. I need to get familiar with this. Okay. So, all right, there's batteries. Battery 1. On. Battery 2. On. There it is, the Honeywell Primus operating system that's included. All right, so we got the batteries. Make sure we got our navigation lights turned on. Navigation and logo. Wing lights turned on. Beacon strobe lights. It's already strobe. What else? Taxi lights. Turn that on. Landing pulse lights. Pulse, let it pulse. Pulse recognition switch, turn it on. Cockpit dome lights, turn it. Hold on. 50%. Nice. Look at that LED. Look at that beautiful LED, man. It looks nice.
Flight 1068. Exit runway when able.
Seatbelt sign. There. Look at, oh, wow. 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 It's like in a nightclub, dude. Wow, Shuki, we're flying VIP, bro. We're going to Minneapolis, St. Paul in VIP style. Wow. I feel like Christopher, this is how Christopher Walken and Ray Liotta would fly. I'm telling you, me and Ray would fly like this all the time. Yo, dude. Yeah, you can even pull the curtains. Look at that. Wow. Wow, dude. Yo, man. Where's Victoria's Secret's models? Yeah, man. Come on, Victoria's Secret's models. We're waiting.
Flight 1068. Exit runway when able.
Damn, man. We're going in style.
Turn next taxiway.
All right. What else do we have here? There's some more lights here that I need to. Hold on. Let me see.
Frontier Flight 1068. Contact ground on 121.8.
Hold on. There's some more lights over here. Wait a minute. Did I get all the lights?
121.8 for
Cabin lights.
1068. American 246.
Put it to 100%.
Next taxiway.
Put it to 100%. Let's see. Wow. Wow, dude. Look at this at 100%. Wow, dude. This is how. Imagine a PlayStation VR 2. Me and you sitting here, Shuki, with a headsets on the PlayStation VR 2. Man, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. 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 Nice. Nice. All right, so let's turn on the engine. Let's see what else we have. Hold on a second. The lights. Let's see, what is this?
127.5. American 2476.
Wait a minute, what is this? I just need to get familiar with everything.
Turn next taxiway.
Oh, the cabin light. Okay. look at this. Wow. Wow. Just wow. I'm telling you.
765. Exit runway when able.
Let's get the
Temperature 765. Contact ground on 127 decimal.
let's start the engine. Generator 1 on. Generator 2 on. Let's start the engine.
127.5. Ember 765.
Run.
Miami ground.
The engine.
Pilatus Hotel Bravo Victor Romeo uniform with Echo. Request taxi for takeoff. Departure to the east.
Pilatus Hotel Bravo Victor Romeo
What else?
uniform. Taxi to and hold short of runway 12 using taxiway Romeo Zulu cross runway 12 Zulu Quebec Quebec 1. Contact tower on 118 decimal tree when ready.
Taxiing. Hold short runway 12 via taxiway Romeo Zulu cross
Wow.
runway 12 Zulu Quebec Quebec 1. Pilatus Victor Romeo uniform.
Oh man, I did it. The very first try. I know Shuka would be pressing buttons with his paws all over the cockpit. How about that? The very first try, I got this Pilatus to work. Look at these LED lights. Huh? Nice. Let's take a screenshot of that. Wow. Look at the LED lights here, man. Look at this. These are very strong LED lights right here. This is the best-selling airplane right now on a Microsoft store. I mean Microsoft store, meaning Microsoft Flight Simulator store. This is the top-selling airplane on the Microsoft store. Honestly, I mean, there's a good reason for it, and you'll see. I mean, I already see it. Like, look at the quality of this plane, dude. No wonder it's a top-selling plane on the Microsoft store. Hey, just look at this beauty. Just imagine how beautiful this plane is going to be with PlayStation VR 2, man. This is just the beginning. When you put on the PlayStation VR 2 headset, oh Lord. Wow. Look at this. Man, I'm already impressed. This Pilatus. Do you need anything else than this Pilatus P24? I'm sorry, not P24, PC24. Wow. My co-pilot couldn't wait to get here to try this plane. She was so excited. She was like, oh my God. Cabin light. Well, we even have the cabin light. Yo, dude, we even have the cabin light. Yo, dude, yo. Yo, man. Not a shortage of lights here, man. There is no shortage of lights. Look at those blue LED lights. Those bright blue LED lights. Wow, dude. Wow, this airplane is just wow. Like Christopher Walken. Wow. I'm telling you, I knew it. This plane, it's something else. Wow. Damn. Wow, dude. This is like a Lexus of private jets. Oh yeah, let's get the passengers. What are we waiting for? Huh? In real life, Pilatus PC24, the last I heard was 11 million. $11 million. Yes, sir. It's 11 million. But of course it's 11 million. I mean, look what you're getting. And don't forget, you can turn this into it's 11 million, not just because, it's VIP. It doesn't have to be VIP. You can transform this plane into whatever you want it to be. It's a transformer. It's like Optimus Prime. So that's why you're paying that $11 million. You're also paying $11 million because of those specific jet engines. And these jet engines that they have, they can go up to 440 knots. That's pretty fast. And they can climb up to the speed of 440 knots and the altitude all the way up to 45,000 feet. 45,000 feet, man. We're talking Boeing 747, Boeing 777. You can go across the world with this thing. Now, can you really go across the world? No, you can't. You don't have enough jet fuel in a tank, but you can fly around. I mean, you could, but you have to take different routes. You could, but it would be very expensive. Like, you would have to, let's say, if you want to go to Europe, you would have to go to Canada, from Canada to Greenland, and from Greenland refuel, and then go to somewhere in Sweden and refuel there again, and then from Sweden you can go wherever you need to go. You would have to make some stops to refuel, of course, but you can't go like across the ocean with this. I'm just so everybody clear. It's not a jumbo jet Boeing 747. But yeah, around the states, yeah, dude. Pick and choose a state. Where you want to go. You want to go, Las Vegas every weekend. Sure. You want to go to Los Angeles every weekend. Yeah, you're good to go with this. But this is really for super rich. You got to be rich. Let's just be honest here. Now, if you're somebody who's a private pilot and you are hired by the company, and the company has Pilatus PC24, and you are hired pilot to fly, celebrities and, important figures, important people, very important people like Jeffrey Bezos on a meeting or something, then of course, or maybe Elon Musk and Jeffrey Bezos and Bill Gates all together, and you have a privilege to fly them with this kind of a plane, then you got a great job, and I'm jealous of you. Listen, it's a great plane, all right? Don't take my word for it. Just go do some research. People are like, "Oh, is he bragging about this plane?" Plane, not a plan. Well, the plan was to buy it. I did buy it, but I only bought it for $20.49. Hey, listen, the plane might be 11 million, but I bought it for $20.49. And when I put on the VR headset, PlayStation VR2 headset, me and Shuki will have the same experience. The only difference is we didn't pay 11 million. We only paid $20.49. Anyway, let's load up the passengers. All right. Okay. So, go to payload and fuel, go to configure, go to go to seats. You're gonna make sure it's a full house. And then fuel, we want to make sure you got all the fuel. If you want to bring up the tablet, just press L1 and touchpad, and you will bring up the tablet. It's like a little shortcut. So for those of you watching, just press L1 on your PlayStation 5 controller and a touchpad. And that's what I'm doing right now. I'm streaming directly from PlayStation in my bedroom, in my nice lazy boy chair on my ultra-wide screen. I am. And I am on an ultra-wide screen. I know it might be difficult for you guys to believe this, but when I make a video, I will make you a believer. Believer. It's like Imagine Dragons. Make me a believer. Oh, I will make you a believer. When you see the video, it'll say, holy moly, jumping aliens from a UFO. That's right. All right, let's load the aircraft. I mean, our passengers are waiting. Load immediately. There they are. Oh my God, where's ladies, man? Bunch of swinging dicks. I don't like this. Oh my God, I'm a little bit disappointed. Like, I wasn't expecting to see so many swinging dicks, man. You know, that's not the kind of party I wanted. You know what I'm saying? That's not the party I wanted. Hold on a second. Do we have any ladies? Yo, this is depressing. Oh my God, bunch of swinging dicks. Man, my mood has changed. I was like all excited, like, man, we get some chicks in here. We got a bunch of swinging dicks. Oh my God. Lord. Can we close this door? I don't want to look at these passengers. Yeah, close the door. Oh my God. Yeah, I didn't want to look at the passengers, man. This is disgusting. This is really disgusting. Hold on. I think maybe it's too bright. Let's bring it down to like to 50. Yeah, how about that? That's better. Yeah, that's better. I brought it down to 50 like that. It's better. We might need a pushback. Man, I was all excited and then this, you know. Why? Why? Can we reset these passengers? Maybe we can get something better. Hold on. Let me try and empty the passengers. Let's try again. Oh, man. I did not want this. Hold on, let's configure. It's not what I was looking for, Shuki. All right. Let's empty these passengers. Let's try it again. Okay, and let's load the aircraft. Yeah, this is not what I don't want. There's so many swinging dicks. Not interested in swinging dicks, all right? That's not how I swing my dick, all right? I don't swing my dick with other dicks, just so we're clear. All right, so we're going to empty these. Yeah, empty, empty. What's going on? They don't want to leave. Oh my God. Yo, these guys don't want to leave. Jesus. Dude, we're stuck with these guys. Oh, they left. Thank God. Thank you, Lord. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Oh my God. All right, let's see. The swinging dicks have left. All right, let's see what we get now. Please, please be good. Be good. Give me good passengers. Give me good passengers, please. Don't give me swinging dicks. Oh my God. What's going on? It's one of those Saturday nights of swinging dicks, man. That's it, man. We're stuck with swinging dicks, man. This is just, man. Yo, dude. Yeah, just swinging dicks, man. Oh my God. Oh my God, man. Let's try it again. Maybe we'll get something better. Hold on. It's like rolling the dice. How many swinging dicks? Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, let's configure seats. Hold on. All right, maybe we'll get lucky. All right, maybe we'll get lucky this time. Hold on. Because, this plane deserves, like, bare minimum Victoria's Secrets models. I mean, bare minimum. I'm talking bare minimum Victoria's Secrets models. All right, let's see. Let's see what we get. You gotta be kidding me. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, we got an old lady. Ah, Jesus. Oh, man. Well, old lady, but damn, man. It's one of those nights, Let's try one more time. Let's yo, man, this is bad. It's one of those nights, man, Hold on. It's one of those nights. Yeah, let's try again. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, let's try again. Please. For the love of God, come on. Give me something good. What the hell is this? No. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Let's do this. I'm gonna select individually hold on. Here's what I'm going to do. I have an idea. How about we do this? Let me select randomly one passenger at a time. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Anything? Hey, look. Hey. All right. All right. Now we're talking. Okay, all right. Welcome to my lovely plane over here. Oh, I'm sure you will enjoy. Oh, by the way, if you don't want to look out the window, you want a little privacy, don't worry. I can also close these doors as well. Make it nice and romantic for you. Hold on. Let's select individually. Let's see what else. Let me stand here and let me add some more passengers. Let's see what happens. So far, so good. How about over here? Let's go. See what we get. All right, load aircraft. All right, let's see what we get. Oh, why? Ah, jeez. No, this guy, what's his name? No, dude. Nope. I don't want you. All right. Okay, how about we do this? Let's put one, just one. All right, not bad. I can, at least there's 2 females, it's all good. Yeah, I can deal with this. This is fine. Let's add one more. Maybe we'll get lucky. Let's add one over here. Let's see what we get. Oh, God. No. Not this guy. No. Sorry, man. You gotta go. Exit my plane immediately. Hold on. All right, let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky, huh? How about over here? Go. 1. All right, let's see. Hold on. I got my co-pilot, right? Yeah, she's here. Why is she so dark? All right, there's 2 females for now. That's fine. Hold on. Oh, there we go. All right, so we need to select one more. Let me select, let's see, 1 or 2 more. And then, let me see. Over here. All right, let's see. See what happens. No, not this guy. Why? I don't want this guy. this guy. No, dude. No, not him again. All right, we'll just keep it like this. All right, just, it is what it is. Because otherwise we'll be here forever. We have 2 females. It's all good. Like mother and daughter, you know, whatever. Fine. We got a mother and daughter, you know, it's all good. It's better than swinging dicks, you know. It's all good. Let me open that for you. Here, I'll open. All right, that's fine. Oh, you want me to open that for you as well? Okay. Oh, what? You need some more lights? Well, why didn't you say so? I can get you more lights. I can get you more lights. Just have to let me know. I got you. I got you. All right, this is good. This is good enough. We have a mother and daughter. That's fine. We got 3 females actually, including my co-pilot. So it's all good. It's all good. Better than what we had previously. Come on. All right, so now we need to turn on the ATC. Of course. We need the ATC. We have to get in touch with the ATC. We need to push back. Where's the pushback? Are we gonna get the... Oh, we don't have the pushback? Fine, whatever. They're not giving us a pushback. I don't know why. Here we go. Can we get a ground service, please?
Hold short runway 8 left. FlexJet 262. Miami Tower, FlexJet 262 at runway 8 left, ready for departure. IFR to Morristown. FlexJet 262. Delta 2500. Contact ground on 120.5.
All right, I think we're ready.
Runway 8 left. FlexJet 262.
No, we're not ready yet. Hold up.
Miami Tower, FlexJet 262 ready for departure. Runway 8 left. IFR to Morristown. FlexJet 262. Hold short runway 8 left. Traffic is Ember E-170 on the runway.
I don't want to change anything. We'll keep it like this. This is fine. I like this route. That's fine.
120.35. Delta 2500.
Yeah, I'm happy with this route. We'll keep it like this. It's fine.
French B742. Exit runway when able.
There we go.
Hold short runway 8 left. FlexJet 262. Miami Tower, FlexJet 262 ready for departure. Runway 8 left. IFR to Morristown. FlexJet 262. Hold short runway 8 left. Traffic is going 737 on final.
Yeah, we don't need a pushback. We got this. We can turn around. All right, guys. This is it.
Hold short runway 8 left. FlexJet 262.
Hold on.
Miami Tower, FlexJet 262 ready for departure. Runway 8 left. IFR to Morristown. FlexJet 262. Hold short runway 8 left. Traffic is Boeing 737 on short final. Hold short runway 8 left. FlexJet 262. Miami Tower, FlexJet 262 at runway 8 left ready for departure. IFR to Morristown. French B742. Exit runway when able.
All right.
FlexJet 262. Hold short runway 8 left. Traffic is Boeing 737 on the runway. Chaska 728. Exit runway when able. French B742. Contact ground on 127.5.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready?
for French B742.
Chaska 728. Exit runway when able.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Here we go.
Chaska 728. Turn next taxiway.
Man,
Chaska 728.
this is an amazing
27.5.
plane. Everything about it is just amazing.
Chaska 728.
This is already smooth. Smooth as a butter. So we're flying from Miami International all the way to Minneapolis, St. Paul. I mean, I knew that this was going to be a great plane. There's no question about it. I mean, I just knew it. I've done so much research on it. And PC-12 is great. I don't forget PC-12. Amazing. Wait till you put PlayStation VR 2 headset on this. Oh, dude, it's going to be. The detail, everything. It's almost like a Lexus, right? It's like a Mercedes-Benz or AMG Mercedes. It has like that luxury feel to it, man. Everything is just luxury. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This will be a long flight, actually. Like 10 o'clock, maybe. Maybe 10 o'clock. Or 9:30, if we're lucky. Remember, over there it's snowing. Wow, dude. like, it's so smooth. Like, even taxiing this plane, it's so smooth. Shuki. And before we continue, hold on. Isn't my co-pilot, isn't she cute? Come on, man. Like, be honest. Isn't she cute? She is. Very much so. She's so cute. Wow. Wow. Amazing. This airplane's already amazing. Well, we just have to contact the ATC and my co-pilot, she will do the rest. Hold on, I gotta say something to the passengers. I know it's only a mother and a daughter, but enjoy the flight, please. Enjoy it. You are in the most luxurious plane there is. I mean, you guys should not be complaining, right, Shuki? They shouldn't be complaining. I mean, you're in the most luxurious private jet. Yo, you shouldn't complain. None of you should complain, all right? All right? And if you guys need some privacy, just close the door. Close it like this, all right? Or if you guys need to use the bathroom's right there. The cooler is right here. Yeah, the cooler's here, the ice machine, the whole thing. This is the bathroom. Okay. All right, so. Actually, this is the bathroom, my bad. This is the bathroom, this is the bathroom, and this is the cooler. We keep all our stuff in the cooler, fridge. And then here we got the ice down here. Some bottles of wine, you know. You can wash your hands. I know, with a nice wood grain too, yeah. So, enjoy yourself, all right? And if you guys want to, you know, close the shades, you can close the shades. If it bothers you, here, close the shades for you as well. Maybe you don't want to see an alien or a UFO. You know, sometimes aliens, they do jump on the plane and they peek through the windows and shit like that. I mean, like in the Twilight Zone. Sometimes they hang off of the wing. They, you know, and you know, nah, I don't want, you know, these aliens. Look, man, the first time, here's the thing. I've seen grays so many times, it's like normal to me. But for you guys, you know, I don't want you to have a heart attack seeing them for the first time, because they move really fast. They're like lizards. Honestly, they're like lizards. They move so fast. You know, the way they talk, you know. Well, they don't really talk. They just, you know, they use telepathic, you know, they're telepathically communicating. But anyway, you know, just close the shades. I don't want them bothering you, you know. There you know. I want you guys to have a pleasant flight. It doesn't bother me because I've seen them all the time, you know, talk to them all the time. But for you guys, you never seen the gray, you know, it's kind of, you know, I don't want you guys to have panic attacks, you know. And that's what you're going to have, panic attack, when you see them for the first time. Anyway, you guys are good. Just let me know if you need anything, all right? Especially you. You let me know if you need anything, all right? And I will leave a number. So you, here, give me your phone. Your phone. All right. Let me give you my digits. Okay. This is my phone number. All right, this is my phone number. Okay. I left the digits in there. Okay. All right. You go. All right. All right, that's it. We're ready. We are ready. We're ready. Yeah. We're going from tropics to snow. Oh my goodness. Hold on, there's something else I need to do. De-icing. Where's de-icing? Hold on. Before we take off. Where's de-icing? De-icing. I don't know where the de-icing is here because I'm not familiar with this plane. Maybe it's down here. Windshield oil. Oh, there we go. Auto high. Nice. There we go. Windshield. De-icing. Good. Good. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to take off. We're going to be flying to Minneapolis, St. Paul. It's a lot of ice and snow up there. So we were flying from tropics to the snow. It should be about a 3-hour flight, maybe 2.5 hours. Maybe finally we can finish watching Frankenstein movie on Netflix. All right. And yeah, I think that's the movie that's playing right now. Frankenstein on a loop 24/7 in case Shuki missed it. All right. We need to acknowledge this really quick. That's just the safety master warning. We have to acknowledge it. You know, earlier I was talking about this when I was doing a tutorial for CJ4 and PC12. Can I like walk into this plane, Shuki, in real life and start the whole thing? Technically I could. Now, flying in real life versus a simulator, it's two different things. You can't afford any mistakes, you know. Here's my thing. I wouldn't have no problem like turning everything on, all the switches, everything. I wouldn't even have a problem taxiing and taking off. My biggest problem would be landing. It wouldn't even be a problem me talking to ATC. You know, even though I don't know all the acronyms, but I would still be able to communicate with them. But the biggest problem with me would be landing. That's, you know, that's something that I would need to master. I would need to master landing. But technically I could. With what I have learned so far, I could, you know, fly an airplane. Anyway, let's go ahead and take off. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta get a clearance. Let's call the ATC tower. Let's get a clearance. Okay. Request are they turn to Miami, right?
Miami Airport information Echo 2300 Zulu. Wind 257 at trees. Visibility 10. Time conditions, few clouds at 6,500. Temperature 21. 2.12. Altimeter 20905. ILS runway 26 left. Visual runway 26 right and ILS runway 27 used. Landing
Contact tower on 118. Oh, there we go. Tune to Miami Tower on 118, but it won't let me do it. Hold on. Hold on. I know what's going on. Wait. All right, now we should be good. Oh, let's get a clearance first. And to get a clearance. Why do we have to hold short? It's telling me I have to hold short. Why? Hold on. Yes. We have to hold short. Sorry guys, we have a little bit of delay. We have to hold short. Yes! Yes, we're cleared for takeoff. All right, everybody. We're cleared for takeoff. The altitude's going to be about 10,000 feet. Okay, we're cleared for takeoff, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. All right. Oh yeah. Feel the beast. This is a beast. Whoa, nice. Gears up, flaps up. Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Nice. She's taking care of all of the ATC chatter, so I don't have to chat. Wow. Thank you. You're the best. You're the best. I want to kiss you. Come here. She's the best, isn't she, Shuki? The best. The best co-pilot. Yo, this has to be the best. The best private jet I've ever flown. Listen, I love my CJ4, Shuki. I love PC-12. I love Vision Jet. There's nothing wrong with those planes. I love them. But man, this is just next level. This is just next level. This is just, wow. Amazing. This thing goes up to 400 knots. We're going to slow down a little bit. 440 knots. Need to turn on the flight directory. Turn it on. Wow, dude. Just wow. Just wow, dude. Impressive. Smooth as a butter. Let's see. Good. It's holding the altitude. Flight directory. Flight directory. It's on. That's what I was referring to. Flight directory. This is the flight directory, this thing, this pink thing right here. This pink arrow. See it right there. But it just sounds better when you say flight directory. It sounds more official. Hi, did you select flight directory? Yes. I did select my flight director. There's also autopilot, but nah, I like to do it my own way. This is our flight director. Or as I like to call it, flight directory. Wow. Oh my god. Let me check on the passengers. So how's the flight? Don't worry about the aliens. So they're not going to bother you. I already spoke to them. How's the flight? Nice view, huh? Hopefully they'll do cockpit share, because if they do a cockpit share, you'll be able to join me, Shuki, and sit here in the back and enjoy the flight. Wow, that's just the moon and Venus and Jupiter. Wow. Moon, Venus, and Jupiter. Wow. You can listen to Spotify, you can listen to music, you know. You can listen to podcasts, you can listen to Joe Rogan podcast. I mean, PlayStation VR 2, it's going to be a game changer, especially with this plane. Are you kidding me? That's why I'm saying this is worth every penny, dude. This is definitely worth $20.49. It's a top seller, dude. This plane right now, it's a top seller. And again, you know, I like my PC-12. I like my CJ4, of course. I like my Vision Jet G2. But this is just, man, this is next level. You know what I mean? This is next level. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful plane. And I already know this is going to look good on PlayStation VR 2. And I know Shuki already knows it's going to look great. Because me and Shuki, we both have a taste. Well, we got a taste of PlayStation VR 2, especially me. I purchased PlayStation VR 2 when it came out. I was among the very first one to actually got my package, do an unboxing, and, you know, make a bunch of videos about PlayStation VR 2. So I know how good PlayStation VR 2 looks, especially with the Gran Turismo 7. Just think about it. Just imagine how amazing Gran Turismo 7 PSVR 2 experience is, and then just try to imagine you like inside this cockpit, bro. Are you kidding me? You inside this cockpit, like you won't be able to help yourself and just feel transported inside this airplane. Let's slow down a little bit. We're going 240 knots. 250 knots. It's pretty good. That's fine. Probably 60 knots. That's fine. And this plane, it's smooth as a butter. Smooth as a butter. Oh yeah. And how about a PlayStation 5? PlayStation 5, smooth as a butter. You guys want something to drink? Maybe champagne for you? Orange juice? Okay, orange juice. We have some orange juice. And this is the cargo. Look how spacey this thing is, man. Look how much space you have here. You can put a bed in here, bro. You can put a bed. Yeah. And just sleep here. I mean, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, I'm sorry, you want to look? Oh, okay. My bad. We'll open up the window. We're going too fast. We're going to drop down to like 200 knots. This is a very fast plane. We're at 27,000 feet. Beautiful. What can I say? Fellas, ladies, this plane is just fantastic. Nothing short of fantastic. It really is fantastic. Beautiful. Keep in mind you can land this plane on any kind of surface. It could be snowy surface, mud, sand, stones on the ground. You know, this plane will land on anything. except water, obviously. It will not land on water, but any ground surface, it will land. And even on a short runway, this plane will land. If you don't believe me, you can just type in Pilatus PC-24 and you'll just see just like how versatile this airplane is. It's just ridiculous. It's really good. It's 11 million, but it's 11 million for a reason. Don't fall asleep, Shuki. It's a long flight. It's a very long flight. Still a little turbulence. We're good. We're good. Did I forget to say, this plane is really good when it comes to maneuvering? That's right. Excellent at maneuvering. That's another benefit. We're doing what? 270 knots. It's pretty fast. Let's make this more romantic. Hold on. Like this. That's better. All right, since this is going to be a very long flight, I don't feel like going to different airports to refuel. So here's what I'm going to do. Now, normally, realistically, yes, I would select a nearby airport, touch and go for the refuel. But because we're live streaming, I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is a little bit of cheating. Please don't judge me, all right? Just, I don't want to, like, unless you guys want me to do a nearby airport, touch and go, and then refuel. But here. I have to do this, you know. I'm sorry, I have to. Normally I would not. Okay, I know everybody watching now. Why are you doing that? Because then I have to rearrange my flight plan. Okay, I have to do my rearrangement on the flight plan. I have to find a nearby airport. Then I have to touch and go. I have to refuel and then rearrange my flight plan to Minneapolis, St. Paul. And I just want to do that. Okay? Okay. All right. That's fine. Because it's a long flight. You know, we're talking Miami, from Miami all the way to Minneapolis, St. Paul. And we're on a private jet. We're not on jumbo jet, you know, Boeing 747 or 777. So that's why. Okay. This is a beautiful plane. I have to tell you, guys. It's a joy to fly it. Even the process of turning it on, you know, cold and dark, setting it up, starting it, it's very smooth, and I really can't complain, man. This is a truly remarkable plane. And it's the best seller. I was looking at the Microsoft simulator store, and it's the best seller right now. This is the best seller. And I totally understand why. They did a fantastic job. They really did. We can also press L1 touchpad to see our map right over here. What about a gyro? Should I fly with a gyro? Flying with a gyro, actually, it's not that bad. As long as you position your controller like horizontally, you know, it has to be positioned in a certain way, but it works. Like, I usually position my controller horizontally before I turn on the gyroscope, and it really works. It really does. Maybe I can demonstrate here. I'll do a little demo right now. I'll show you in a minute. Here, let's line up like that. So you press L1 and a left thumbstick. Hold on. But see, here's what I do. I hold my controller horizontally to treat it like a yoke. All right, so here, let's do it. Let's speed up a little bit. So now the gyroscope is turned on. It really works. It really does. I know I said, oh man, I keep forgetting to make the video about it. I know I've been saying it. Been saying it. So now I'm using a gyroscope, okay, and it's fine, no issues. Smooth as a butter. Smooth as the butter. This is all with a gyro. I'm controlling it with just moving my controller, and I'm treating my PlayStation 5 like a yoke. I think this will be very useful with PlayStation VR 2. I've done the same thing with Gran Turismo 7. I use the gyro to use the controller as a wheel. My advice to you guys is just keep practicing. Keep practicing using gyro controller. Yeah, it just takes some time getting used to it, you know. I know at first it's kind of weird. But once you find the sweet spot, you know, once you find that sweet spot, man, it's really good. You just gotta be gentle. You can't move it really fast, you know. It's a very sensitive. Yes, it is very sensitive, but that's why you have to treat it gently. We're going above the clouds. How beautiful, huh? How beautiful. This is all with a gyro, using a gyroscope. Works well, no issues. You can be more precise with a gyro, you know. It's like with Nintendo Switch 2, you know. I like using gyro on Nintendo Switch 2 because, you know, same thing with the mouse control on Nintendo Switch 2 because it's more precise. Here we go. Very good. Still on a gyro. Battery smooth. No problem. Yeah. And I know some people made videos, they were like, man, it's not for me. I understand some people that have fast hands and, you know, they don't have the patience to be very sensitive to, you know. But I think if you practice more, and once you find that sweet spot, I think you'll find this enjoyable. Do we need to make that? Hold on. Hold on a second. I think I have to contact. Yeah, I have to. Wow, we're already at Jacksonville? Nice. It's pretty fast. And I'm doing all of this for the PlayStation 5 controller, you know. So, look, having a flight stick and, you know, all of the buttons and everything, sure, makes it easier. Having a mouse connected, sure, makes it easier. But do you really need it? Not necessarily. You can still do it with a PlayStation 5 controller. It just takes a while. You know, I've been playing it now for two weeks, right? 15 days. So I'm very familiar with like PlayStation 5 version of Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. There's some cool features like the gyroscope that's not available on the Xbox, okay? Features like you can hear the ATC talking to you through speakers built inside PlayStation 5 controller. And then, of course, you can play it on your PlayStation Portal. And then if that's not enough, the upcoming update for PlayStation VR 2. So, what's not to like? But one of the most impressive parts, and I already spoke about this with Shuki and Jose, it's just how smooth and calibrated this experience is on PlayStation 5. That's the impressive part. I haven't had one single issue. I never been kicked out of the server. My game never crashed. Never had any issues with photogeometry. Textures are not popping in and out, you know, like in PC version and Xbox version. And it's such a nice breath of fresh air to have a smooth experience. And here we are, PlayStation, it's actually delivering that smooth experience. Now, some people will say, yeah, but it's 1440p, 30 FPS upscaled to 4K. So what? I don't care that it's 30 FPS. Do I really need 60 FPS? You know, is this Call of Duty? Is this Battlefield? No, I don't need 60 FPS. Now, I don't mind 60 FPS or even 120 FPS, but is it like really necessary for me? No, it's not. Unless you're talking like DCS World, where you have, you know, jet fighters, Apache helicopters. For that, yes, but that's a combat, you know, combat flight simulator. Because you're using, you know, jet fighters, you're using, you know, F-16s, F-18s, F-15s, you know what I mean, using Apache helicopters, MiG-29s, right? So, yeah, MiG-29s, they have a MiG-29 in there as well. So for DCS, yes, you need 60 FPS. For fast-paced combat, of course, you need 60 FPS. But for this, I'm okay with 1440p 30 FPS. And for me, the biggest icing on the cake is going to be the PlayStation VR 2. I really can't wait. Are we already at Jacksonville? Hold on. Oh yeah, we're already past Orlando, past Ocala. We're out there, getting closer to Georgia. Let me see how my passengers are doing. How you guys doing? Did you finish watching Frankenstein? Netflix? How was it? Too scary? No, it's not scary. Did you like Frankenstein movie? How was it? Sad? I guess you could say a little bit sad, yeah. Yeah, but it's about love. You know, Frankenstein is about love. He's doing everything out of love. Okay? He's yearning for love. I think Netflix should pay me for advertising. Shuki, did you see the movie yet? Please tell me you did. No, honestly, Netflix should pay me for the way I advertised Frankenstein. Because it's a good movie. That's why I did. You know, that's why I recommended, you know, Frankenstein, because I assume, like, a lot of people have Netflix, right? But I recommended it because I know Shuki has a Netflix, so I was like, all right, Shuki, I want to recommend the movie. And that's why I recommended. I recommended 2 movies to Shuki. Frankenstein and Wake Up Dead Man with Daniel Craig, you know, who Shuki has a Netflix. Yeah. So, but it's a really good movie. It really is. It's a really good movie. If it wasn't a good movie, I wouldn't be talking about it. I think we're flying over Tennessee, just for the record. I think we're already past Nashville. We're halfway there. Maybe like an hour and a half. Maybe. I'm thinking probably hour and a half, around there somewhere. Actually 2 hours, so we're not going to land till like 11 o'clock to Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport till 11 o'clock East Coast time, and that would be 8 p.m. Pacific time, Central with 9, Mountain time 10 o'clock. I'm sorry, Mountain time would be 9 o'clock. It's 2 hours. I just looked at the time, so yeah, it'll be 11 o'clock East Coast time, and then Central would be 10 o'clock, Mountain 9 o'clock, and then Pacific 8 o'clock. But we'll be there at 11 o'clock. Now we spent like an hour just, checking out the plane, like at 6 o'clock. I think it was 6 o'clock? It was at 5:30. I think we started at 5:30, and then we were just checking out the plane and everything. And, looking around, going inside, cockpit, checking everything out. And then, of course, flipping all the switches, getting everything started. So we didn't take off until like 7 o'clock, like around there somewhere, like 7. So it's actually from Miami to Minneapolis St. Paul International. It's 4 hours. Four-hours flight. Yeah, it's 4 hours. We started at 7, so it's 9 right now. So yeah, it's 4 hours. But keep in mind, once we get there, it will be snow and ice. So the weather is not going to be all that pretty. So look, I enjoy doing this because it's so realistic, and it's really this how it is. Some people say, well, man, this is kind of boring. Well, guess what? If this is boring to you, then you're never going to be a pilot. You don't have what it takes to be a pilot. Remember, I've spoken to a lot of pilots who were commercial pilots for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. I've spoken to private pilots, who have private pilot license. I've spoken to ex-Air Force pilots. They all said the same thing, man. If you want to be a pilot, you have to love every aspect of aviation, of flying. You know, can you listen to the music? Well, yeah, I'm listening to music right now. You know, on Spotify. But you guys can hear it because I can't play the music for you guys because of YouTube copyright policy. But yeah, sure, pilots can listen to music, but they don't advise pilots. Like, there is no policy that they can listen to the music. But a lot of pilots don't do it. They don't do it. They usually just talk to flight attendants, stewardess, co-pilots. They usually don't. From what I heard, you can listen to music as long as it's a specific headphones that will mute the music as soon as the ATC calls you. So that's what they have basically. They can listen to music from what I heard, but as soon as ATC calls you, then the music mutes immediately. But I also asked Dominic, and Dominic told me he hasn't seen any pilots do that because he's a pilot, but he hasn't seen anybody listen to music. And I did some research. Even though you can listen to music, a lot of pilots don't. Actually, all of the pilots don't advise that you listen to music. Yeah, they don't advise, because it's very important that you hear the message from ATC, because you might lose that message or something, and there might be a miscommunication, or you might hear it wrong. So it's really not recommended that you listen to music. So being a pilot, man, it takes a lot of patience. Imagine flying from New York to Tokyo, right? Or how about from New York to LA, and then from LA, that's the flight. New York to LA, and then LA to Hawaii, and then from Hawaii to Tokyo. That's a long flight. Or how about New York to Australia, Sydney? Right? Those are long flights, man, 18 hours. So to be a pilot, man, it's not easy. You really have to be made for it. Okay? And you have to be healthy. That's number one. Psychologically, you have to be healthy. Like, you gotta be squeaky clean, dude. You can't have any issues. They check you constantly for your blood tests, for psychological evaluation. Psychological evaluation is very important. Like, psychologically, your mind has to be focused just on flying. You can't be thinking about nothing else. Like, you can't be thinking about anything else, nothing else. Like, your focus is mainly just flying. So, could I become a pilot? I don't know, Shuki. That's a good question. Could I become a pilot? I think I could, because I have done long live streams, like 12 hours, 16 hours, 19 hours. So I can sit in one place. I already proved myself that I can sit for long hours. Like, sure, I would need some coffee. Yeah, I definitely need some coffee. But that's okay to have coffee. I think I could. But I don't know, man. Like, I'm getting older. See, that's the thing, man. You're getting older, and you have to be healthy, and psychological evaluation. You have to pass psychological evaluation. Yeah. I think they're looking for. Here's the thing: the train that train has left long time ago. See, Dominic, he's young. He's very young. He's in his 20s, early 20s. So for him, he's the youngest pilot there. I think he's in his early 20s. So for him, of course. But for me, I mean, I'm almost 50. Are you kidding me? I'm a middle-aged man. So for me, Yeah, I think it's. I don't know. The only way to find out is go to a flight school, take a test, and see where it goes. But I don't know. Would anybody hire me? Like, man, you're almost 50. You see, that's the problem, man. The companies don't like hiring old people, like middle-aged men. They're looking for young, and I don't blame them. This is why it's so hard to find a job, like for older individuals, because the companies are looking for young people to hire. You know what I mean? Well, that too depends on how I do, but also they're gonna look at it and say, man, don't you think it's kind of too late for you right now? You're almost 50, man. Like, and now you wanna become a pilot? What were you doing all of these years? I mean, I could become a pilot, but I don't know, man. Like, I'm old, I'm getting older, man. Like, I don't have like the stamina and energy like I used to, honestly. That's not going to work. They're going to ask you, what is your experience? My experience is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. They would laugh. But you got to understand, man, pilot, it's something that it's a big responsibility, especially if you want to be a commercial pilot. Maybe a private jet pilot, I don't know. But even private jet, you're still carrying people, It's a responsibility, dude. You're responsible for people who are traveling with you, Even if it's like 11 people or 12 people, doesn't matter. Even if it's like 6 or 7 people, you're still responsible for those people on the plane that you're flying. So it's a huge responsibility, man. Like, you can't afford to make any mistakes, man. Like, you really have to be squeaky clean. You have to be like, it's a responsibility, man. It's so. And I wouldn't want them to hire somebody who's like, we don't know, psychological evaluation, and he's old, and I mean, let me ask you this, Yuki. Would you want to fly on a plane with somebody who is like 50 years old and just started flying? I mean, I don't know. You're like, man, this is like rolling the dice. Is this guy going to fall asleep? Is he going to make mistakes? I mean, dude, it's a big responsibility, man. Becoming a pilot, flying, it's a huge responsibility. Well, they're definitely not going to be happy about the fact if I tell them I'm on the blood pressure pills. Like, what? That's a no-no. They're like, no, because the side effects, you can't have any side effects when you're up there, 25,000 feet to 28,000 feet, 45,000 feet up in the air. That's it. No, they don't want to hear you taking any pills or side effects. No. Well, there's a physical. You have to pass the physical. You have to pass physical. You have to pass psychological evaluation. I'll ask Dominic, because, how was it for him? Honestly, I want to ask him this. Like, what was the process? Because I never had a chance to talk to him in detail, like to ask him like all the details, like what was the process, if you could walk me through it. But he's younger. You have to understand, he's younger, but I'm older, man. I'm like, I got all kinds of things wrong with me. Arthritis, broken bones, broken this, broken that, man. I got a lot of mileage on me. They're going to look at me, they're going to say, Jesus H. Christ. Jesus Holy Christ. That's what Jesus H stands for. Jesus Holy Christ. Do we really want to hire this guy? no, listen, not everybody can become a pilot. I'm just going to be honest. That's why they have these tests. They have these tests for a reason. Just like not everybody can become an astronaut, you know. These are jobs, they're very responsible, you know. Yeah, but look at Sully. Yeah, but Sully's been a pilot since Sully has been a pilot since he learned how to walk. You know, he, you know, Sully had a lot of experience. You know, all of his life. That's all he was doing is flying, and he successfully landed that airplane on the Hudson River. So that's different. You know. I think he's retired, right? I think he's retired. Yeah, yeah. Man, I would love to talk to Sully. There's so many questions I would ask him, honestly. Like, he would be like the perfect guy for me to interview regarding like aviation and flying. I have so many questions. Like, so many technical questions I would ask him. Also psychological questions. Because it's all psychological at the end of the day. You know, you flying how many hours? 18 hours to Hong Kong and 18 hours back to New York and then go back and come back and all of these flights up in the air, dude. Like, what's that like, dude? Doing that over and over again? Like, honestly, it's like, how do you like psychologically train your mind to do that? So I would have a lot of questions to ask him, honestly. Because I find it so interesting. It might not be, you know, easy. This is not easy, man. I don't think this is easy. I mean, we're doing a short flight, just 4 hours from Miami to Minneapolis, you know, St. Paul International. Imagine doing a flight a longer distance, you know. We still have a couple of hours to go. And look where we started. Started right here in Miami. This is a long flight, man. So it was 2 hours from Miami. We're passing the Tennessee. So from Miami to Tennessee is 2 hours. And we got another 2 hours to Minneapolis, St. Paul International. We're going to see some snow, man. We're going like in a snowy area out there pretty soon. In about an hour and a half, we'll see some snow. Once we get closer to Minneapolis. Well, I have to say this Pilatus PC-24, it's really a joy to fly. Maneuvering, everything, it's just a joy. Joy to fly this plane. PC-12 is good for a single prop turbo engine, but this is a dual jet. It's really, really good. It's really designed well. I mean, I still love my CJ4 Citation, but it's old, you know. That was like my first love. CJ4 Citation from Cessna, CJ4 Citation. It's like my first love, but this is like a supermodel, Victoria's Secrets, you know. It's like luxury. Everything's good, man. And here's the thing, you can transport this, you can take out this carpet, these seats, you can rearrange them. There's so much you can do on this plane. You can turn this into a cargo plane or VIP and cargo. Look at the extra room that you have, dude. Like, this is a plane that can, not only can it carry like 11 passengers, but on top of 11 passengers, you can also add a lot of cargo here, man, a lot of stuff. You know, I think this is why this plane is so desirable. Yeah, you can rearrange these seats up to 11 passengers, you know, which is amazing. 11 passengers plus the cargo. And look how wide it is, dude. Look how wide this plane is. I can't wait to put on the PlayStation VR2 headset just to see how this plane is when you are inside of it with a VR headset. Just to see how wide it is and just how spacey it is and all that. You can make it more romantic. You can dim the lights. Dude, there's a lot of stuff you can do, man. This plane, it's excellent. I don't think you'll find any more luxurious private jet than Pilatus, man. It's 11 million. That's the price tag. 11 million. You can also close the door here if they want some more privacy. You can give them real privacy. Right there, man. They can get all the privacy they need. You got a sink over here with water. You got a bathroom over here. You've got refrigerator here where you keep all your drinks and food. There's the ice machine here. So you got everything you need. I'm sure there's a coffee machine in there somewhere. I'm pretty sure. It's in there somewhere, a coffee machine. So you got everything you need. And the best part is, with this plane, you can land on any surface. Doesn't matter if it's snow, dirt, sand, stones, little stones, whatever. This plane will land on it, and it can also stop on a very short runway. So that's what they mean by this plane being so versatile. It's like so many options it has. so many features it has. Another thing that I really liked about this plane, like everything was very accessible, from the batteries, switches, everything is organized nicely for you to find. Like some other airplanes, it's everything's kind of hidden. You know, you have to look for it. You know where the electricity is, electricity panel for the battery and hydraulics and the fuel pump and all that. With this plane, everything is accessible. Everything's right there, man. They really have made this plane to be very accessible, and not too complicated, which I really like. If you look at like CJ4, everything's kind of like all over the place. Even the electrical panel is like way down at the bottom left, and you got to really look down at the bottom left to find it. However, with this plane, everything's organized nicely. Even with the PC-12, they done a good job. Even with PC-12, like electrical panel, it's right where it needs to be for you to find it. Some airplanes, man, it's like everything is all over the place. But on this one, they really have designed everything and organized everything really nicely, and that's what I like about it. When people watch this live stream from the beginning, they'll see just like how accessible everything was for me on this plane. I think this will probably be one of my favorite planes. Like I said, I still love my CJ4. I love Vision Jet, but this one will be my favorite. So what are my top 4 airplanes? All right, well let's go with the list. All right, so here's my list. CJ4 Citation, because it's my first love. You know, my very first plane that I flown on Microsoft Flight Simulator. So CJ4 Citation. After Citation, CJ4, I would say Vision Jet G2. And then after Vision Jet G2, I would say PC-12 from Pilatus, PC-12. And after Pilatus, PC-12, of course, this one, PC-24 from Pilatus. So basically, those are my top 4. Citation CJ4 from Cessna, Cirrus Vision Jet G2, Pilatus PC-12, and then Pilatus PC-24. Those are like my top 4. Yeah. And honestly, with those 4 airplanes, they're so good. Honestly, I recommend those 4 for anybody out there who's like starting with a Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 on a PlayStation. Those are like my top 4 planes. Now, I'm a veteran. You know, I've been playing Microsoft Flight Simulator for 5 years, since 2020, all right? I've been playing it for a long time. So that's why I'm giving you guys my top 4 planes. And I think you guys will agree that those 4 are honestly the best there is, at least to me. I mean, on a New Year's Eve, as Shuki knows, he was here. I mean, there's a live stream. You can watch it. It's 9 hours and 50 minutes. We were flying. We started at like 4:30 New Year's Eve at 2025, and we finished at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2026. You know, so we were just using PC-12. I was just flying PC-12. That's all I did. And if you watch that live stream for like 9 hours and 50 minutes, you will see just like how good PC-12 is for a single prop turbo engine. Now this is jet. This is dual jet. Go up to 440 knots speed. You can go up to 45,000 feet up in the air. Altitude, that's 45,000 feet, man. That's ridiculous. We're talking Boeing 747, 777, you know, altitude. But PC-12, it's definitely one of my favorite single prop turbo engine planes. PC-12 for sure. But as far as the private jet engine, this has to be it. I mean, this is la creme de la creme. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. Like I said, I still love my CJ4. Still love at first sight, you know. I love my CJ4 Citation, but this is like la creme de la creme. All right, so those are my top 4, right? My top four airplanes that I'm using.
Hotel Bravo Victor Romeo uniform is 2 miles southeast, 1300, with Oscar, to land.
Pilatus Hotel Bravo Victor Romeo uniform, Minneapolis Tower. Altimeter tree 011. Enter left downwind runway tree 0 left.
Fly left downwind runway tree 0 left, Pilatus Victor Romeo uniform.
Minneapolis Tower, Delta 2 tree 04 ready for departure. Runway 17. IFR is full. Delta 2 tree 04, altimeter tree 011. Cleared for takeoff runway 17. Endeavour 5155 contact Minneapolis, departure on 132.975. Good day. Cleared for takeoff runway 17, Delta 2 tree 04.
All right, guys, we made it. We made it.
You are not cleared to land. Clear the runway.
Hold on. What do you mean I was not clear to land? Whatever.
Pilatus Victor Romeo uniform. You are not cleared to land. Clear the runway.
I thought she... Oh my god. I thought you were supposed to do your job, lady. I'm very upset now. Young lady, you're supposed to do your job. God.
Pilatus Victor Romeo uniform. You are not cleared to land. Clear the runway.
Minneapolis Tower, Pilatus Victor Romeo uniform would prefer runway tree 0 right.
Pilatus Hotel Bravo Victor Romeo uniform, Minneapolis Tower. Altimeter tree 011. Enter left downwind runway tree 0 right. Pilatus Victor Romeo uniform. Contact ground on 127.9025.
127.9025 for Pilatus Victor Romeo uniform. Minneapolis ground, Pilatus Hotel Bravo Victor Romeo uniform. Taxi to the gate.
Pilatus Hotel Bravo Victor Romeo uniform. Taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway Alpha 8 Alpha. Mike cross runway 12 right Mike.
Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway Alpha 8 Alpha Mike cross runway 12 right Mike. Pilatus Victor Romeo uniform.
All right. Well, at least we landed. But she should have let the ATC Tower of Minneapolis, she should have let them know. See, I thought she was going to do that. But see, I still have to do it. I still have to contact the ATC Tower to let them know to get a clearance. But anyway, I thought she was doing it. Well, apparently I still have to do it. I still have to... before I land, I still have to contact the tower and get the clearance. But anyway, we landed. No biggie. No biggie. No biggie. It's all good. All right. We made it. It was a long flight. All right. It was a great landing. Great flight. What can I say about this airplane? I mean... it's a joy to fly. It really is. I think this live stream will prove that it's a joy to fly. I told you we were going to make it by 11 o'clock. I calculated the time and everything. So this was a long flight, 4 hours. From Miami International to St. Paul, Minneapolis. Wait a minute. Let's go to the parking. Why are we going? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me contact the ground. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. I thought I was requesting a clearance taxi to the gate. We are. It's all good. So apparently, you do have to contact the tower before you land to get the clearance to land. She's not doing that, so just for the record, you still have to contact. Just remember, before you land, you can't rely on the artificial intelligence to do it for you. You have to still contact the tower to get the clearance to land, and then taxi to the gate. Just for the record, so everybody knows. Maybe there is a way to fix that. I don't know. I have to look at the settings. Because I thought she was supposed to do that, right? That's the whole point of a co-pilot. While I'm preparing to land, she can go ahead and let the tower know, hey, I thought she did. But I guess you still have to acknowledge it. You have to let them know. Hold on. Wait a minute. You still have to let them know. Look at snow, man. It's snowing. Oh, it's this way. You still have to let them know. Manually, you have to acknowledge it. Basically, before you land, prior to you landing, you need to contact the tower and get the clearance to land. And once you get the clearance, then they will let you know, okay, where to taxi, which gate, which parking, right? They will guide you and they will let you know. But this is a great plane. I'm really impressed with this airplane. I haven't had one single issue with this plane from the beginning. If you watch this live stream from the beginning, everything was just hunky-dory. Such a great plane. Everything, it's easily accessible. Honestly, cold and dark was very accessible. Like, I was able to find the batteries, the electrical panel, everything. Everything in this plane is just well done, honestly. And I think this is why a lot of people praise this plane. The maneuvering, the handling, slowing down the speed brake, everything. I mean, this is 5 out of 5 for me. This is 5 out of 5. This is 5 stars out of 5 stars. Pilatus PC24. So if you're thinking about getting this plane, Pilatus PC24, I think this live stream certainly will showcase to you how good this plane is. And keep in mind, I'm using a controller. I'm not even like on some advanced flight stick, I'm on a PlayStation 5 controller. I did use a little bit of a gyro to maneuver this plane. I selected a gyroscope. But yeah, this PC, did I say P24? It's not a P24, it's a PC24. There's also a PC12, which is a one single turboprop engine. I also been flying that as well during New Year's Eve. So this is PC24. That was PC12. This is obviously much better. There we are. That's it. We made it. This is it. This is our parking right here. We made it to Minneapolis, St. Paul. So let me just say a few words. Thank you, my lovely co-pilot. I really appreciate you flying with me. Shuki has fallen asleep as expected. He's somewhere in the back, I don't know, sleeping. I hope you guys enjoy this flight. As expected, I told you 11 o'clock we were gonna make it here, and we did safely. This is a mother and daughter. I hope that the flight was satisfactory. I hope everything was great. I hope the Netflix was good. Hopefully there was no buffering on the Netflix movies. We have a really good Starlink 1 gigabit internet connection with the Starlink. So was that? Oh, you were watching in 4K HDR. There was no, oh wow, no buffer. Everything was great. What movie did you watch? Was that Wake Up Dead Man with Daniel Craig? Oh, that's a good one. And what movie did you watch? Frankenstein? Did you like it? Oh, you loved it. Oh, okay, great. Well, as you can see, they were watching Netflix, and by the time they finished the movie, here we are. All right, for me, well, I'm tired, to be honest with you. Listen, it's been 5 hours and 43 minutes. Feeling Could I become a pilot at this very late age? I mean, I'm 40, almost 47, middle-aged man. I don't know. To be honest with you, if I would, I should have become a pilot when I was younger. At old age, man, it's just, I mean, technically, I could fly these planes, but the thing is, would anybody hire you? Like, you can look at your, resume. Okay, how many flight hours do you have? Forget it. To become a pilot, you have to start at a very young age. Honestly, and I spoke to a lot of pilots, and they said the same thing. You have to start very young age. Middle-aged man becoming a pilot. It's, unless you're some rich guy and you just want to have a pilot license so you can fly on the weekends, locally, some small Cessna, whatever. But if you want to be like a commercial pilot, yeah, good luck with that at age 47, middle-aged man. But one thing I realized about pilots and flying, this is very it can really drain you. Like, you really have to be focused. And I don't trust autopilot. I know I didn't use the autopilot. I just want to, for the record, everybody who's watching, I did not use the autopilot. It was turned off. So just think about that. I did not use an autopilot. Okay. All right. So without any further ado, let's say goodnight to everybody. The passengers have to exit. Let's make sure they exit. Let's look at our map. Let me just show you. This is the flight, guys. This was my flight. Okay? At 5:30 is when I was, preparing to start the airplane and everything, board the passengers and all that jazz, preparing everything. And then I think at 7 o'clock is when we finally taxied to the runway, and we took off around, like, I believe it was like either 7:15 or 7:16. I think it was around 7:16. And then from 7:16 p.m. here we are now, 11:16. Well, it's exactly 4 hours, right? 7:16, 11:16 p.m. So it's 4 hours plus, me getting to know the plane and all that. So that's why the stream, it's close to 6 hours now. But this was the flight right here. Okay. And if you watch the live stream from the beginning, you will see, my first impressions with the PC-24, and then turning it on and everything, and then taking, taxiing to the runway, and then from the runway taking off and climbing the altitude. I love this plane. It's a joy to fly this plane. And I did not use an autopilot. Just for the record, everybody who's watching this, or whoever's just coming in right now, coming in late watching this, I did not use an autopilot at all. There was no autopilot, okay? So, that's the flight. And that's PC-24, Pilatus. 5 out of 5 stars. I give this plane 5 out of 5 stars. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's get the passengers out. Go to configure. Also, my co-pilot will leave as well. I'll be the last one on the plane because I'm the captain. Hold on. Just want to make sure. Okay. 0, everything 0. 0. Load immediately. All right, that's it. They have exited the plane. It's just me on the plane because I'm the captain. Okay. And yeah, that's it. It's a great flight. The only thing left to do is for me to turn off the engine and everything, and that's it. Turn off the battery. Hold on. All the lights are off. Okay, what else? Battery, it's off, right? Off. Cabin lighting. Turn it off. Set Is there one more switch? Let me see. There we go. External power off. And that's it. Great airplane. Great airplane. Very pleased with this airplane. It's worth every penny. Trust me. There's some ice because it is cold in Minneapolis, snowing. Very pleased with this flight. It's great. Let me take just one photo right here, so for the records that we have landed on St. Paul, Minneapolis. All right, well, another great flight, another great stream to start 2026 with a Pilatus PC24. This will be even more immersive with PlayStation VR 2. I can't wait for PlayStation VR 2. This is going to be really, really immersive. And before I go, just one more thing. As I said, beginning of this live stream, one of the things that really has impressed me about the PlayStation version is stability and how well it's optimized and how well it's calibrated, honestly. And that's the impressive part. On top of, obviously, the icing on the cake, which is PlayStation VR 2 that's coming out most likely spring. I heard maybe April, spring. So super excited for that. Can't wait for PlayStation VR 2. But this is really great for PlayStation owners. The fact that you never had a flight simulator ever since the console was released. You never had never any sort of flight simulator. So not only are you getting the best flight simulator on the market, but you're getting a well-optimized, well-calibrated version of the flight simulator. And on top of that, the icing on the cake, PlayStation VR 2. So if you have a PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 5 Pro with PlayStation VR 2, oh, this is no-brainer. Like, this is a must-purchase, like a must-buy. And I would certainly recommend Pilatus PC24 private jet. I would highly recommend this jet, easily. All right, everyone. have a good night. And happy Sunday. For some of you, it's probably Sunday, depending where you are, where you're watching me, or whenever you see this. Most likely, you'll see me. You'll see this live stream, pre-recorded, whatever, on my, on my library of videos. You'll probably see it tomorrow when you wake up. You'll probably go through it a little bit. So happy Sunday, Because some of you are probably maybe in Europe watching me right now, so it's probably Sunday. And some of you will probably wake up and you'll probably see this live stream. So happy Sunday. I'm still in Saturday. I got maybe 25 minutes left till midnight. And then it's going to be a Sunday for me as well. But happy Sunday for all of you out there in Europe, and also whoever watches this tomorrow on Sunday. Happy Sunday. Thank you for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm also tired. I need to, get some rest. But this was fun. This was great. All right. It's great when you have a great plane, Yes, you have to be a good pilot, but having a good plane means a lot. And Pilatus, what can I say, man? It's really great. All right. We'll talk more about this plane and some of the features and all that. And it's not just a VIP. You can do cargo. You can do, it could be like an ambulance, first responder type plane as well, rescue plane. So there's a lot of things you can do with this plane. It's not just a VIP. It's just one of the, variants that it has. There's so much versatility of variants. This plane, it's, trust me, creme de la creme for a reason. All right. Thank you. And happy Sunday. And also happy New Year. It's already January 4th. Can you believe it? So happy Sunday and happy New Year. Thank you.